Today we honor a great man. We come together to pay tribute to James W. Damon, known affectionately as Jim, a remarkable man whose 95 plus years on this earth left an enduring legacy etched deeply into the lives of the family, his community, and countless individuals fortunate enough to cross his path. Jim was born February 22nd, 1929, in the sunlit city of Pasadena, California. Jim's life was a testament to resilience, unwavering service, and a steadfast devotion to those he held dear and the principles that he cherished. In 1937, when Jim was just a boy of 8, his family uprooted their lives and relocated to the small, tight-knit town of Mount Vernon, Oregon. It was there, amidst the rugged beauty of the Pacific Northwest, that he grew into the man that we all know and become today. He completed his education in Mount Vernon schools, laying the foundation for a life marked by determination, purpose. And as a young man coming of age in a world shadowed by conflict, Jim answered the call of duty, was characteristically resolved, and in 1947, at the age of 18, he enlisted into the United States Air Force, embarking on a chapter of service that would shape his character and worldview. He served with distinction in the Air Training Command and the 20th Air Force Heavy Bomb Group, carrying out his responsibilities with a quiet competence that would define him. In 1950, after 3 years of honorable service, he was discharged and returned to civilian life, ready to carve out a new path in a rapidly changing world. Jim's intimate talents and relentless work ethic soon found a home in the expanding field of telecommunications. He began his career as a manager of the local telephone company in Mount Vernon, a role that allowed him to hone his skills and distribute his talents and leadership. This was merely the beginning of his victorious ascent. Over the decades, Jim's vision and dedication propelled him to the highest echelons in the industry. He rose to become the president and CEO of the Oregon Telephone Company, North Star Telephone Company, and of course the North State Cablevision Company. Positions in which he not only managed to operate, but also shaped the future of telecommunications in rural America. Advocating for innovation and connectivity in regions which often overlooked. Additionally, he sat on the board of the United States Telephone Association, contributing to the national contributions that the industries decided and their direction for the future. In 1978, his peers recognized his exceptional contributions with the Outstanding Service Recognition Award, an accolade that spoke to his integrity, foresight, and respect he commanded from those that he all knew. Yet Jim's impact was not defined within the boardroom. He was a pillar in his community, a man who believed that true leadership meant giving back. His commitment to civil duty manifested into a litany of roles that improved the lives of those around him. He committed to a civic duty manifest in a litany of roles that improved the lives. I just said that already. Well, what do you know? This is tougher than it looks. He served on the Mount Vernon City Council, where he helped guide the town's growth and address its challenges. He lent his wisdom to the District 6 School Board, ensuring that the next generation had access to quality education. Chairman of the Blue Mountain Hospital District Board, he timelessly worked to safeguard the health and well-being of all of his neighbors. These were not mere titles to Jim. They were opportunities to listen, to serve, and to uplift, and a reflection of the quiet dedication that defined the approach of his life. Above all, Jim's heart and soul belonged to the Elks. An organization that embodied his values of brotherhood, charity, and service. His journey through the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks began in 1950, when he became a charter member of the John Day Elks Lodge, number 1824. From the onset, he was deeply involved, serving on its inaugural Board of Trustees and later chairing the trustees in 1954-55. His leadership culminated to his election of exalted ruler in 1961-62, a role in which inspired those around him with his steady hand and generous spirit. In 1974, the Lodge bestowed upon him their first honorary life membership, a rare and profound honor that acknowledged his decades of devotion. That same year, Jim's influence expanded as he was elected as the president of the Oregon State Elks Association. In this capacity, he poured his energy into the Oregon State Elks major Project EYES, which provided vital support for children with visual impairments, and chaired the Government Relations Committee of the state from 1978 to 1984. His exemplary service earned him the induction into the Oregon State's Hall of Fame in 1983, a fitting recognition of a man who had given so much to the organization and to our mission. Jim's contributions to the Elks were not limited to the state of Oregon. His vision and leadership reverberated across our nation. In 1965, he served as District Deputy Grand Exalted Ruler, a role that showcased his ability to unite and guide. From 1976 to 78, he chaired the Americanism Committee, promoting patriotism and community pride during a pivotal time in the nation's history. In 1979, he was appointed to help establish the first Government Relations Committee at the national level, of which he led until 1984, ensuring the Elks' voice were heard in matters of policy and advocacy. His ascent continued in 1984 as he was elected to a 4-year term to the Board of Grand Trustees, serving as vice chairman in his final year of 1987-88. The pinnacle of his Elks career came in 1990-91, when he was elected our Grand Exalted Ruler of the United States of America, the highest office in an organization. Even after his term, Jim remained a guiding force, sponsoring the states of Idaho and Oregon until he transitioned to emeritus status in 2020. He was a legacy, with his legacy and unity, compassion, and unwavering commitment, a beacon for all of those who have followed in his footsteps. Jim's extraordinary life was anchored by the love he shared for his family. He leaves behind his cherished wife, Darlene, affectionately known as DJ, his daughter, Diane Engel, and his son-in-law, Charles. Their loss is profound, as there is a void felt by the John Day Elks Lodge and the countless individuals who relied upon his strength and wisdom. Jim was a leader who inspired all of those around him. A husband, a father, who treasured his family above all else, and a man who lived every day with grace and purpose. To me, he was more than just the sum of all these remarkable parts. He was one of my mentors. I am forever indebted to him for the guidance he's offered, the wisdom he imparted, and the quiet, unshakable strength he exemplified. Through his examples, he taught me the true meaning of leadership, to act with integrity, to serve with my heart, and to lift others even though the path is difficult. These are the lessons I will carry with me for the rest of my days, a living tribute to a man who helped shape me in many ways that can scarcely be captured. As we gather to say goodbye, let us linger in the shadow of sorrow, but rather stand in the light of Jim's extraordinary life. His was a journey defined by honor, generosity, and the abiding love for those he served and those he held close. His memory will continue to guide us, his example will endure throughout the years, and his spirit will remain a constant present in our hearts. Rest in peace, Jim. Lord knows you've earned it. The world is a much richer place and time for all of those who spent with you. Pages.
You have heard the tolling of 11 strokes. This is to impress upon you that with us, the hour of 11 has a tender significance. Wherever Elks may roam, whatever their lot in life may be, when this hour falls upon the dial of night, the great heart of Elkdom swells and throbs. It is the golden hour of recollection, the homecoming of those who wander, the mystic roll call of those who will come no more. Living or dead, Elks are never forgotten, never forsaken. Morning and noon may pass them by. The light of day seek heedlessly in the west. But ere the shadows of midnight shall fall, the chimes of memory will be pealing forth the friendly message to our absent members.
Again, I ask that you please stand if you're able and remain standing while we pass by our altar. May the Lord bless and keep you forever, grant you peace and courage in your every endeavor. May your love of those who will no longer meet us on this earth burn brightly and comfort you. This lodge of sorrow is closed.
I need Joe Snow and Joey Nana right over here, please.
All right, we have a few committee reports to give, and I think they have some presentations to make also. If we can keep it down to 10 minutes, it'd be appreciated. If you have to go longer, I'm okay. But I'm going to start with Meadowood. Margaret Dillard here. Followed by Scholarship and Hoop Shoot.
Morning, all.
You can do better than that. Thank you.
My name is Maggie, past exalted ruler, Esquire, to Tualatin Valley, Elks Lodge, number 2780. Also, the state chairperson for Camp Meadowood. Camp Meadowood is located in the Blue Mountains of eastern Oregon, near the recreational area of Umatilla National Forest. It is a summer residential camp clinic for children with speech and hearing challenges, including children with autism and other ASDs. The program offers intensive 24-hour speech therapy for boys and girls. Referred to the program from Oregon and Pacific Northwest, and we've stretched out further to other areas also. A 2-week session at Camp Meadowood is equivalent to about a year of speech therapy in a school. To make magic on the mountain happens, it needs you, all of you, to help. With all the cabins, dorms, dining hall, showers, laundry, areas to keep up, equipment, grounds, and forests, the camp is a 24/7, 360-day operation. It's just not a Memorial Day weekend cleanup. It's just not 2 weeks in July for the campers to have their therapy. This camp has to be run continuously to make it work. So Camp Meadowood needs all of you to help us with donations of cash, project supplies, volunteer hours. Join the Medallion Fund. Every penny you put in that Medallion Fund is not spent, only the interest. And it helps kids come to the camp with scholarships. Support a child. Take up collections in your lodge and send it in to help a child be at camp. They can learn how to survive through the next parts of their lives. Also, Hillsboro, Dave Edwards has a bottle and can raising fund that they do, I think, every 3 months. So these little blue bags, if you want one to collect bottles and cans for Camp Meadowood, go to their station when this is all done and get some. We will be more than happy to give you all you want. Come join us on Memorial Day weekend and see for yourself what it's all about and make that magic on the mountain. Go to meadowwoodsprings.org if you want to learn more, get more involved, take action. So at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Sunday in St. Helens. She has a little thing she would like to share with you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm very excited. My voice is a little hoarse. I was partying a little too much here yesterday, but you know, it's an amazing place to be, and we are amazing people, and I appreciate you all. So my name is Sunday Hamrick. I'm the leading knight, the Meadowood Chair at the amazing St. Helens Lodge. It's my theme song. I love it. And it's my pleasure to talk to you about the amazing, wonderful, enchanted, educational, fun, exciting, and fulfilling Camp Meadowood. So I have a small story, and then I'll tell you another story. So my granddaughter, Michaela, she was born legally blind, but, you know, she was kind of mellow and put off, and she didn't have much spirit. And she wasn't very outgoing, so her mother would look for her for things to do. And if you're not an advocate for a child that has challenges, step up. They can't do it without your help. So she found a camp on Mount Hood for the sight impaired. And we packed her bed. She says, I'm not staying. She knew one person there, one counselor, and she said, okay, I'll be there, but don't go far, because you're going to come get me. So we waited for that call, and we waited for that call. Finally, later in the afternoon, it came. Please bring me my bag. I'm staying. It's that simple. It's that connection that the kids make with other kids, with other families, with the counselors, and it makes them grow and learn. So we took her there. She had an amazing time, and that's when it changed. That one day turning into 2 days, turning into a week that they didn't want to do and learned that they could. So now she's finished high school with honors. She has a Letterman's jacket for bowling. Bowling, yes. So she's in college, straight A student, on the president's list, and is at this very moment in Rome on a student semester abroad. This is what Camp Meadowood does for the hearing and speech impaired. This is where we can take those people that need just a little help to encourage them, because they are just as strong as anybody else. They have the fight. We just have to show them that we're here behind them to help them succeed. One trip at Camp Meadowood Springs for one student, and there are so many of them, can propel them into being amazing. And I'm sorry, but 1 day, 1 week at Camp Meadowood is more than they could ever expect in a therapy session, because they commit. They learn and grow with other people that have the same challenges, and other people that can help them, and other families. They make great connections, and they start friendships that will grow forever. And those are the people that are going to lead this country. Help them succeed. One of the students from Camp Meadowood Springs grew into amazing students, like we have another one here. She's from Beaverton, the Beaverton Lodge. And she won the Student of the Month, and now she has succeeded in winning the North District #1 female for scholarships. Her name is Janelle Thiebold. This is what we do. We need to uplift those who need a little bit of help, no matter what it is. And don't forget those around you that you may not know. Talk, encourage, help them grow. Meadowood Memorial Day weekend is an amazing place. It's not only a place where you can go to help Clean up the camp, make it ready, make it safe by participating and helping, growing with your fellow Elks, learning and understanding more about Meadowood. Yes, I'm going over my time, I apologize. We are doing a Trex Plank Party. Please go online, donate, put Trex Plank Party, and we'll get those to help maintain the walkways so that there is no hazard for the children and the people that go there to help. Please remember that you can donate online at any time for anything. There's an Amazon wish list. Go ahead and go in and do that. And it's not just about money. It's about time. It's about spending time with people that we care about, which is everybody, because we are the Elks, and that is our duty. So if you consider doing that, that would be amazing. I would appreciate it. I know our students would. And we do have the Medallion Fund, which I just got my pin. So excited about that. But come up anytime. Get online, talk to Tim. You can come up, doesn't have to be this weekend, and you can also please remember to volunteer at the class that we have. When they go up there, they need help just as much as cleaning up, people to help cook, and help out with the kids. And it is amazing, just amazing. So thank you so much. And please remember, this is very important. You are amazing. You are appreciated. You are worthy, and you are loved. And I thank you.
And now I would like to ask Tim, the Executive Director, with his special guest, to come up front.
Hello, my name is Tim, the Executive Director for Camp Meadowood Springs and the Institute of Rehabilitation, Research, and Recreation. For over 61 years now, we've been able to provide speech therapy, like Sunday and Maggie has said, to those who really need it to change their lives to become productive citizens. And not soon after, there has been, the Elks have recognized the importance and the virtues of camp and have been so benevolent and protective. Oh, and by the way, Carrie, 2146, I am here now, so your missing member showed up, hopefully. So we'll say that through your support, throughout the decades of the work that we've been able to do, is I can spit out numbers and tell you that we've had more hours of supervised therapy and more camp hour sessions and registrations since COVID. So we have exceeded our numbers and our therapy hours since before COVID. And that would not have been able to survive and thrive and continue to grow without your support. And that is advocacy. You are the greatest network of advocates for this camp or for any underserved children in this state. So I want to thank you for being advocates for that as well. And again, I could throw more numbers at you and I could tell you everything, but I'd rather let one of our students show you. And I'd like to introduce Rainbow.
Good morning, Elks. My name is Dakota, or Rainbow, as I'm known at camp. I'm 13 years old and in 6th grade. I have been to Camp Meadowood 3 times for summer camp, and will be making it 4 times this summer. I am looking forward to staying 3 weeks instead of just the number 1 week. I love going to Camp Meadowood, and I am excited for the next few years and how things are changing. I'm in my last few years of being able to be a camper, but that also means that I can come a junior counselor and then a counselor. Like I said, I am looking forward to the next few years, but for now, I am happy and excited to be a camper and continue to learn. My favorite part of camp is playing games in the field, making new friends, and seeing old friends and counselors. And of course, the campfires. I like playing I like learning new songs and singing songs. My favorite song is White Wings before bedtime. Camp Meadowood has helped me with school and life by giving me the confidence to stand up for myself and be able to get in front of people and speak. Now I can raise my hand for help in class. I can advocate for myself to my teachers. I am able to work in small groups with other classmates on projects and not feel like I am letting the group down. I no longer feel less than like I used to. Camp Meadowood has helped me take on more leadership roles in my youth group and be able to get up here today. Before I started at Camp Meadowood, these things were not possible. Change is not easy for me, but last year I was able to overcome the challenges instead of panicking because I moved out of the cabin I was used to for the last few years and into a different cabin. I checked it out and saw that the change was not a bad thing. And I was able to adjust and look at this as a positive move. This is just one way camp is helping. Although things wouldn't have been possible without this camp and all that you do to support Camp Meadowood. I'm so grateful for all the scholarships that the Elks are able to provide. That makes camp possible for myself and all the other campers. I also want to thank you for all the help during Memorial Day cleanup weekend to get camp ready to open in the summer. I am looking forward to seeing those of you at cleanup weekend next month. Thank you, Elks. We love you. Dakota Hopkins.
All right, scholarship, Barbara Smith, chairwoman, chairperson.
Steve Johnson, Steve May on deck.
Then Steve May on deck, hoop shoot, with Lanny Schultz with eyes.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure that I have been able to serve as your scholarship chairperson for this year. This is the best committee that the Oregon Elks offer, in my opinion. Of course, I could be a little prejudiced, on that decision. In Oregon, the students have 5 opportunities to get scholarships. We have the Weigel Medical, that is for students who want to become doctors. The emergency grant application is when a member dies or becomes totally disabled. This is in the form of a renewable 1-year grant, up to $5,000. And as long as the student meets all eligibility requirements, it can be renewed for up to 4 years. The Legacy Award is number 3. It's available to children or grandchildren of Elk members who have been a member since April 1st, 2022, or a charter member of a lodge that was instituted on or after April 1st, 2022. So you can't join and then apply for that. You have to have some time in there. The deadline this year was February 3rd, 2025. Oregon will be awarded at least 9, maybe more, because there's 100 that they can choose from. So I was doing a little digging in the computer on Tuesday night and found something that I evidently wasn't supposed to, because we had a student that he applied for the most valuable student and he applied for the Legacy Award, and he won both. I didn't know how to handle that, so I made a call to Grand Lodge, and the first thing they said was, "How did you find that?" Whoops. So I had to promise that I wouldn't tell till Saturday. So here we go. The Legacy Awards this year, Oregon got 12 of them, by the way. And I'm very proud to say that 6 of those came from the East District. And I had absolutely nothing to do with it. So, first one, Jackson Corner from Hepner Lodge, 358. Cale Cornell, Lodge number 1680, Burns. Bradley Craddock, Lodge 1690, Ontario. Dax Dugan, Lodge 1536, Lakeview. Charlotte Edwards, Lodge number 1862, Hillsborough. Abigail Grimes, 1690, Ontario. That last name sounds very familiar. Megan Heltz, Lodge 2145, Springfield. Cameron Knight, 2342, Sherwood. Caden Moore, 2146, Milton Freewater. Mason Orm, Lodge 358, Hepner. He's our superstar. Daniel Shaler, Lodge 142, Milwaukee, Portland. Kathleen Weller, 1862, Hillsborough. So, congratulations to all of them. The fourth way to obtain a grant in Oregon is the vocational grants. It's awarded to students who desire to obtain a 2-year degree, which is an associate's degree, or a vocational degree, which would be a trade school degree. And it has no age limit. This year, we had students apply from 17 years of age to 62 years of age. Information is available through the Oregon Elks website. And that application opens in September, and it closed on March 1st. So I want to thank President-elect Blake Whitson and OSEA Secretary Emma Pletz for putting together a computer program for judging these applicants. Although this was the first time using this, and we found a couple little bugs in it, but we are very grateful to them for doing this program, because before it was all paper. So you can imagine, from going from paper to a computer program, that's a woohoo moment. So thank you very much. We also need to thank the OSEA officers who voted at the recent officer meeting to increase the vocational grant awards from 5 to 10. In previous years, we thought we were limited to how many applications we got, and we had to figure it out. Emma did some research and found out that was incorrect information. So we went from 5 to 10 this year. What a blessing. This is the first year that we've had 39 applications, the most that I ever remember getting. So normally we get about, most has been 9, so this is a great thing. Thank you to all those that supported this grant and promoted it. It is my pleasure to announce the recipients of this grant. First is Felicity Clayton. She comes from Myrtle Creek Lodge. And she is going for an associate's degree. She wants to be a mortician, which we all need eventually. Hannah Kramer is from Salem. She wants to be a heavy equipment diesel tech. I'd like to meet her. Chris Van Berg from Grants Pass. Caden Fisher from Dexter wants to be a line work technician or certification. Giselle Cortez Silva from Malala wants to be a social worker, so she's going after an associate degree. Maria Colmer from Silverton, cosmetology. Rylan Bryant from Medford, diesel services technology. Eli Cortez from Beaver Creek, fire suppression degree. Tristan Green from Medford, again, wants to be a diesel technology services. And Emily McCormick from Corvallis wants to be a dental assistant. So all these will receive a letter and notification of how to obtain the monies from me after this convention. Last but not least, the one everybody recognizes, the most valuable student. This contest opens through the Oregon website. This last year it opened on August 1st and it closed on November 12th. 48 lodges participated in Oregon. We have 820 applications this year, of which all but 5 lodges judged. Now this is my pet peeve. So we had 767 applications that were judged by humans. 53 of those applications were only judged by the computer. And I sincerely believe that if the students has the gumption to fill out this application, we as Elks should judge their application. We shouldn't let the computer do it, because this is an opportunity to forward the youth of America. And I hope that you will remember that next year and take part in the judging. From these 820 applications, the lodge selected their first through third place, and those were forwarded to the district contest. The district judging occurred with a boy and girl student placing first for 2,000, second for 1,800, third for 1,600, and fourth for 1,400 for each of the 5 districts. The first, second, and third applications are then forwarded to the state contest, with a boy and girl receiving 3,500 for first place, 3,000 for second place, 2,500 for third place, and 2,000 thereafter for the remaining 11. The state contest was held in Bend on February 22nd. A first place girl and first place boy from each district was forwarded to the national contest. But because the Oregon Elks have 17 spots, we selected the remaining 7 applications from the second and third place applications. So, and when they got to nationals, every one of our 17 students got the additional $4,000. So, it's a blessing. And this time I'd like you to meet the hardworking scholarship committee. Next year's chairperson from Central District, please stand as I call your name, Tina Tibbins. Thank you. From the North District, Don Kielbuck. From the South District, Ted Romeris. From the West District, we had the pleasure of working with Jennifer Babish. And the East District with Skylar Spears. Unfortunately, Jennifer and Skylar will not be continuing on with the committee. But please welcome Timothy Smith from the West District and Laura Flores from the Central District. And that East District Vice President, he's still looking for a chair. So if you want to put in a lot of time, check with Charlie. Because this is a committee that takes the time, but it's well worth it. I have served 2 terms as a scholarship committee chairman, working my way up to that. It's why I joined the Elks. It is a prime example of what Elks do. To have the honor of helping change the lives of young adults, to help set their career path, to give young men and women opportunities that they would not normally have. I have seen so much working on this committee, from students not having the opportunity to leave the city, and their first trip out of the city is driving to the state contest, to committee members purchasing clothing for students because they didn't have the money to buy any to come to state contest, to a student walking 5 miles to work at a restaurant, then working 5 miles back home after his shift was over, in the dark no less, to help support his family, then having the challenge of doing his homework until 2 a.m., then getting up and doing it all over again. A lot of what happens in today's world is negative, not these students. Just talk to them. They'll put a smile on your face. Thank you for supporting the ENF National Program Foundation, because that's what makes it possible for scholarship, hoop shoot, all these things that the Oregon Elks do. If you donate to these, we get the money back in multiple. So when you're making that donation, think of these programs. Think of the kids that you want to help. And now, you didn't come here to listen to me. You came here to listen to the first place girl and the first place boy. And Lexi and I kind of ganged up on Robert, and we decided that he'd be first. And he was all happy about that because he's anxious to get done. So Robert, if you would like to come up. This is Robert Harris, your first place Oregon male student.
Good morning. My name is Robbie Harris, and I'm from Banks, Oregon. I'm the youngest of three with two older brothers. I'd like to introduce you my mom and dad, Bruce and Sheila Harris. We live on a generational farm where we raise pigs, cows, goats, sheep, poultry, and farm 150 acres. We have two dogs, a Chiweenie and a Schnauzer. I've always been curious and greatly desired to learn and experience new things. This unwavering passion has driven me to attain outstanding feats throughout my high school career. I am active in sports, FFA, NHS, student council in the community. I run cross country and track, where I compete in long and triple jump. This past fall, my cross country team won state, which made school history. I've also participated in trap shooting, soccer, volleyball, and basketball while in high school. I'm the president of my senior class in the Banks FFA chapter and recently retired Northwest District Treasurer. I've won many awards through the FFA at the chapter, district, state, and national levels. I took first place overall in the state in the nursery landscape contest, and my team placed first as well, which led us to represent Oregon and compete at the national level. At nationals, we placed well as a team, and I placed in the top 50 individually and brought home a gold medal. FFA has taught me so many different skills and have gained experiences I never thought I would have. I have traveled to 8 different states, either for FFA leadership and career pathway conferences, to compete at national convention, or for my church mission trips. I've even flown by myself to 2 different states. A year ago, I never thought I would have the courage to do so. The leadership skills and knowledge gained through the FFA has helped prepare me for my future education. Within my church youth group, we do a service trip each year, and I have the privilege of going on 3 trips to Louisiana, Oregon, and Alaska. In Louisiana, we help repair homes damaged by Mother Nature by hanging sheetrock, painting, and building new cabinets to go into their homes. In Alaska, we help refugee families with their homes and improve their garden spaces. In our downtime, we played soccer with the children and read to them. The Oregon mission trip was the most impactful to me because I was able to make a difference in my own community. While there, we served the elderly in the community by helping them with their chores and did maintenance on the local cemeteries. I shown FFA at the Washington County Fair and Oregon State Fairs. I have shown my pigs, dairy cattle, crops, and vegetables since 4th grade, starting in 4-H. This year, I'll be adding my sheep and a Hereford heifer into my show string. My dairy herd has won me many awards, and this past summer at County Fair, I won overall Master Showman, and at the Oregon State Fair, I won overall Grand Champion of the breeds with my Ayrshire heifer Strawberry. These are my 2 greatest accomplishments with my animals. I've always known that my place to make a difference in agriculture would be a positive role model to others. My educational plans include going to Oregon State University to major in agricultural biology with a focus on conservation and sustainability. My career plans are to work in the agricultural industry, try to find innovative ways to protect our resources by preserving the land, using diversification in crops, and minimizing the erosion of topsoil. My main motivation for pursuing this career is to find sustainable agricultural practices to preserve the land for future generations. My goals are highly achievable because of work ethic and passion that has been ingrained into me and is dear to my heart. As far as milestones in my life, I plan to stay active in my community, join the Banks FFA alumni, volunteer at the youth auction, and use my knowledge to better my community. Overall, I'm just a kid who keeps my parents busy and is looking for my next adventure to better myself and the community. I want to say a huge thank you to the Oregon Elks Association for financially helping me with my educational journey. Your financial dedication and belief in me means so much and will help keep me motivated to reach my goals and help out the agricultural industry. I hope to make you proud, and again, thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lexi Pickering. She is our female student, and she comes from Myrtle Creek.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lexi Pickering, and I feel incredibly honored and grateful to be standing here today. First, I would like to take a moment to introduce the people who have formed the foundation of my life. My family, my mother, Leah Pickering, and who couldn't be here, my father, Richard Pickering, and my sister, Sadie. I come from a very hardworking family who have taught me the values of responsibility, resilience, and compassion for others. My parents have always supported me unconditionally, and my sister reminds me daily of the importance of being a positive role model. I am also blessed to be surrounded by friends who have encouraged me through all of my challenges and celebrated me throughout my success. These people have helped shape me into the person I am becoming and inspire me daily. Looking ahead, I plan to attend Oregon State University, where I will major in animal science, and that will be my first step towards becoming a veterinarian. My lifelong goal is to become an equine sports medicine veterinarian. Horses have driven me to pursue this career. With a focus on equine sports medicine, I will be able to be immersed in the agriculture and livestock community, and these experiences have shown me just how vital proper animal care is, not only for the animals themselves, but for the families and individuals who depend on them. Throughout high school, I have embraced leadership roles and community service opportunities that have truly shaped who I am. I have volunteered at livestock clinics, mentored young showmen through legit livestock camps, and taken part in a variety of service projects throughout my school and rodeo community. These experiences have helped me grow not just as a student, but as a person with purpose. Mentoring young students in the livestock world has been especially meaningful. I have learned how to lead with empathy, communicate with patience, and become someone others can rely on. Watching kids gain confidence and skills through my guidance has been incredibly rewarding. These moments of service has inspired my passion for giving back and strengthened my commitment to rural and agricultural communities. They've also helped me build the kind of leadership that's not just about being in charge, but about lifting others up. These lessons will stay with me throughout my education and future career, reminding me to always lead with my heart. After completing veterinary school, one of my biggest goals is to open my own equine sports medicine practice, a place where I can combine my love for animals, my knowledge, and my passion for service. I want to create a space that not only provides top-level care for performance horses, but also serves as a source of mentorship and support for youth in agricultural communities. Growing up, I was fortunate to have mentors who believed in me and helped shape me into the person I am today. Because of their impact, I am committed to giving that same encouragement to the next generation. I hope to host educational clinics, offer internships, and be a resource for young people who want to pursue careers in animal science or veterinary medicine. Giving back to the youth in agriculture who once inspired me isn't just something I want to do, it is something I feel called to do. This milestone isn't just about building a successful business, it's about building a legacy of care, community, and compassion. Lastly, I would like to give a sincere thank you to the Elks for your generosity and belief in the future of students like me. Your support makes a real and lasting difference, not just financially, but emotionally. Knowing that people like you believe in me gives me even more motivation to succeed and serve others. I would also like to give a huge thank you to the Myrtle Creek Elks Lodge for being my sponsor. Thank you guys for helping me take the next steps towards my dreams. I will carry this opportunity with gratitude throughout my journey. Thank you.
We as Elks are very proud of these two. And I have a proud mama moment. 10 o'clock this morning, my daughter gets her master's degree from George Fox University. So I had to share that. I got it all.
Let's see. Steve May, hoop shoot. And Lanny and Jim Alameda.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, all. Yep, it's still morning. Okay, good. This is the annual report of the state hoop shoot, my state hoop shoot director position. I would like to recognize at this time the district directors who are here. Representing the Central District is Scott May, and his wife Holly is with him. Representing the North District, John Morris and his wife Donna is here also. We have representing the West District, Randy Clausen is here. And Randy's retiring from the district directorship this year. He's going to concentrate on the lodge director and getting the lodge programs going. His replacement is Derek Jordan out of Corvallis. We have representing the East District is Corey Sweeney. And representing the South District is Joel Boy, and his wife Judy is here also. This year we had close to 200 schools participating statewide, and approximately close to 10,000 total kids participating in the program from school through the state shoot. And those kids are between the ages of 8 and 13, both boys and girls. The hoop shoot event consists of, well, like I said, three age groups. You shoot 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13. So those are the three age groups, boys and girls that shoot. And it's an adventure at starting at the local shoot, which culminates. Schools bring the kids to the local shoots. And depending upon the number of lodges in the district, there could be up to 20 kids shooting at that time. The shoot this year was, the state shoot this year was held in Silverton, well actually it's held in Mont Angel, which is just north of Silverton. The Silverton Lodge hosted the shoot, and it started with a breakfast for the kids and their support entourage, as well as the state officers. The lodge served about 140, 145 breakfasts in about an hour and a half. And then the district presentations are given to them, and then we go to the shoot. The shoot starts about 9 o'clock in the morning and finishes right about noonish, 1 o'clock, depending upon. Fortunately, this year we didn't have any shoot-offs, so it went pretty quick. From the state shoot, the 6 winners, one boy, girl from each age group, then proceeds to the regional shoot. This year, the regional shoot was held on March 15th, and it was in Napa, Idaho this year for the first time. We did pretty well. At the regional shoot, these kids shoot against the 4 states, Alaska, Washington, I got the R in there, Idaho, and Oregon. So this is an opportunity for them to meet other kids and have a good time, and they develop new friendships, and they have a good time. Oregon did pretty well this year. At the regional shoot. We have, of the 6 winners, of the state winners, we have 2 boys that got 3rd place. One boy got 2nd place. Well, he got 2nd place because he shot a total of 25 for 30. The winner shot 26 for 30. So you can see how the competition gets pretty close. As a matter of fact, a 12, 13-year-old girl from Alaska, first time a girl from Alaska, I believe, has done this well, shot 25 for 25. And interesting enough, a boy in the same age group, 12 for 13, he also shot 25 for 25. So there's some pretty stiff competition going on. This year is the girl, the first place shooter out of regional was Lucy Lathan from representing the South District, Grants Pass Lodge, 1584. And we wish her the best. And when I get done here, I'm going to have Scott and Joel give you an update on the nationals, because these are the tech guys and they know how to use the phones. This coming year, 25-26, the Hoop Shoot Committee will increase our marketing promotional efforts, and our goal is to increase the Oregon shooting program and trying to get 100% lodge participation. We are asking the lodges to please fill out the Hoop Shoot form. If you don't have a shoot, just put down no shoot. Show that we'd like to have 100% participation in getting that information. Now, for a little bit of history on the Elks Hoop Shoot. From the first three-throw contest, which started in Corvallis, Oregon, 79 years ago, to the Hoop Shoot going national, and it has been 53 years ago that it has been a national program. These few highlights are going to pretty much cover it all. In 1946, our past Grand Exalted sponsor, then Frank Heiss, he started the free throw contest. It said that Frank was at a playground in Corvallis, and he saw boys playing basketball, but he saw a number of kids sitting on the sideline not participating. So they say that he decided to shut the game down, and probably knowing him, he just took charge and did it. And he got all the kids up and started to the free throw line and started shooting. And he says, hey, it doesn't make any difference how big you are, how small you are. It's an even playing field. You can all shoot free throws. 36 years later, that's when the program went national. At that time, 42 states competed in 8 regional contests. So they had 8 regions. Now we have 12. With the winners, they advanced to the first ever Elks National Hoop Shoot Finals on March 17th, 1973. And there were 24 finalists at that time. In 1974, we stepped into the new era, and girls were permitted to participate. It doubled our numbers. Pretty simple math there. I can handle that one. And then here's some interesting fact that we heard. In 2009, in the boys 12-13 division, for the first time, there was 4 shoot-offs for first place. The winner, actually, the 2 winners, 2 top shooters shot 75 shots total, with the first place winner getting 74 out of 75, and unfortunately the second place kid got 73 out of 75. So that was quite the contest, quite the contest. In 2012, Elks National Foundation took over supporting and sponsoring the Hoop Shoot program, and we very proud and happy that that happened. In 2016, the finals were held in Chicago, and they've taken place there ever since then. So they kind of established the home base for the Hoop Shoot. And March 20, interesting thing, March 2020, you know what happened then? COVID canceled everything. And so we had the regional Hoop Shoot ended up happening in virtual. There were some lodges, some districts, regions had already competed, but they shut it down, and it was done virtually. "79 years after the first free throw contest in Corvallis, And 53 years after the Hoop Shoot was established as a national program, the Elks, through your support and supporting the Elks National Foundation, are developing gritty kids. It teaches them determination. It teaches them sportsmanship. It teaches them how to lose, hopefully gracefully, but it does teach them what it means to lose, and it increases their efforts to improve and get better. Thank you for your support, and thank you for supporting the Elks National Foundation and this fantastic Hoop Shoot program for the youth of our country. Thank you very much. This concludes my report. Now, thank you. Would Joel and Scott give us a report on what you guys see on your phones from the National?
I thought it was on. It's just lower. I usually talk loud. Uh-oh. Back. Anyway, we got these pulled up on YouTube. The 10, 11-year-old girl, Lucy, that's from Grants Pass. She was shooting in the number 3 spot. So far, she has shot 7 out of 10. There's a couple girls who have done 9, and right now the 11th shooter's shooting. So hopefully before we close the day, we'll have the total results for her. Oh, 8 and 9-year-old girls. We don't know who the winner was. They ain't telling us that, but they, the two girls tied for 24 out of 25. They had 4 shoot-offs, and we don't know who won. So, yeah.
All right, for boys, they're almost all the way through the first round. The boys have been doing pretty well. We got a couple 10s out of 10, some 9 out of 10s. The 8-9 boys, a kid named Paxton, don't know where he's from. He got a perfect score. So it sounds like he won, but they won't share the scores or the results yet. So, but that's where it is, and you can pull it up on YouTube. It's right there. Just make sure your volume's off. You don't want to get in trouble.
My turn.
Okay, 6 out of 10. You can read that.
So the tech guys don't have the hell what's going on. The young man in the 8 and 9-year-old division from Kellogg, Idaho, took 2nd place, 24 out of 25. Unfortunately, I don't know how the young lady did from Blackfoot yet. I figured you guys would help me out, but figure this stuff out, will you? If Joe Basil can find it.
With Keith's support, this concludes my report. Thank you.
More to come.
So how's Oregon doing?
She's shooting right now.
She's shooting right now, okay.
7 out of 10 in the first round.
Well, we may need urgent updates.
Come on, Lanny.
Breaking news.
I gotta throw goodies out.
Jesus Christ, it took forever.
Is it noon yet? All right, you out of balls yet? Okay, we're going to get this thing going again. Lanny Schultz got his report with eyes.
Oh, Lord. Good morning. I'm going to be short, sweet, and to the point because I know, hey, that's just, you guys aren't here to listen to me talk. You want to see what's going on at the clinic. But your efforts have really helped tremendously. This year at our board meeting, Dr. Andy had approached me actually about 2 years ago. They would like to put together a van or motorhome, whichever you want to call it, for going out in the rural areas. They have discovered that from Tillamook all the way to Astoria, there is no eye doctor that will see pediatric patients. So with this van, they can come over here and schedule appointments so it's not so far for the parents to drive from Tillamook to the eye clinic or wherever. We have voted to fund that. It's a 3-year program, and we are going to fund that to the tune of $446,000 for over 3 years. That is what your fundraising and your money goes to. Other things we're looking at is to get our name out there and let the world know, instead of just keeping it here in Oregon, let the world know what we're doing. We're looking at sponsorship on a race car, other public relations deal. We've got a new backdrop that will be taken to Grand Lodge for convention, and we'll have it available after that for you if you're having an open house or something else along the lines that you want to let people know what's going on. You will be able to use that. So that's just a couple of things. We've also come up with a new rack card, thank you. So we're trying to get our name out there and get it going. That's it. I mean, the budget you passed yesterday will accomplish all these things that we feel that we need to do. So with that, that's going to be that report. I'm going to switch gears here a little bit, and the EYES Board of Directors would like to thank an individual. He has been with us. He's been with me for the full term that I've been on the board, and I really, really appreciate him. He's retiring, and we want to thank him. If Brother Lee Kell will come on up here on the stage with me, please. No, neither one of them know anything about this. While Lee's making his way up here, I'm going to read off, I hope I got all these captured. Lee joined the Elks at Portland Lodge 142 in 1977, was a lodge officer from 1986 to 89, and 89-90 he was exalted ruler of that lodge. 99 to 2003, he was a trustee. 2012 to 2014, he was a treasurer. He's an honorary life member in 1990. OSEA, he was a chaplain in 1990 to 91. OSEA Laws Committee District Chair, 91 to 2006. Laws Committee Chairman, 2007 to 2023. Elks Youth Eye Service Council from 2007, and that's an estimated date because we couldn't find the real date, to 2024. He was voted into the Hall of Fame in 2012. Grand Lodge was a little hard to get, but I think I got most of it. We'll see. He was Grand Lodge Judiciary Committee 1992 to 1997. Grand Forum from 1997 to 2000. He was on the Grand Board of Trustees from 2000 to 2005. He was Grand Esquire from 2008 to 2009. He was Chief Justice Grand Forum from 2014 to 2015. He was a Grand Lodge Special Representative from 2005 to 2011, 2016 to 2022. I mean, this man has done it, been there, done it, and I'm in awe. I'm in awe. I really am. I have appreciated his counsel on my term as on the board, and anytime he has something, he's constantly doing this in his head. He's got them squirrels running around, as he calls it. And he would give me a call, and we'd talk, and I'd get done, and I'm going, damn, what did he tell me? Because he talks so fast sometimes. So, but anyway, Lee, we want to thank you, and we really hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
And we have your applause. Oh, my God. Before I turn over to Talitha, I want to introduce your eyes Board of Directors. We got Joe Snow in the east, Doris Kobernick in the south, Rick Shipley in the north, Dan Lowe in central. He couldn't be here. He's down in Mexico. And I'm Lanny Schultz from the west. Now, the real reason you guys, I'm trying to speed through this. I'd like to introduce our new Elks liaison to the Oregon Elks Children's Eye Clinic, Talitha Dell, and she has some words, and then she'll introduce our guest.
Okay. Hi, my name is Talitha Dale. I'm the new Elks liaison for the Elks Children's Eye Clinic. Also, proud member of St. Helens Elks Lodge. If you haven't had a chance yet to see our beautiful building up at OHSU, this is a image here of it. It's because of your generous contributions to the eyes that we have been able to treat thousands of patients since this building was built in 2020. In the last year alone, the Oregon Elks Children's Eye Clinic had 15,448 patient visits and performed 750 pediatric surgeries. Another kind of newer expansion that I'm sure you've heard of over the last couple of years is our Bend Clinic. It's quite a bit smaller, but it has been a super beneficial addition to the families out in Central Oregon who otherwise would have had to travel all the way to Portland for eye care for their kiddos. In the last year, the Oregon Children's Eye Clinic in Bend has had 2,098 patient visits and performed 115 surgeries. Good job. Part of my job also at the Elks Children's Eye Clinic is I'm the director of the preschool vision screen program. With your funding, so this program is completely funded through the Elks. So with your funding, we're able to go out and screen normally around 8,000 kids every single year within the Head Start population, Preschool Promise. So these are kids that are all around the ages of 3 to 5, 3 to 7. We typically refer 17 to 20% of these kids for a dilated eye exam. And one part of our program that kind of sets us apart from other ones throughout the state and also throughout the nation is with your funding, we're able to add a follow-up component to that program. So our program, not only when a child is referred, we don't just give the results in the mail and say, hey, I hope you find an eye doctor, good luck. Our program follows up with them and finds local eye doctors for the kids that take their insurance, that see young children, because not a lot of doctors do see young children, and also gives quality eye exams, including dilation. So we're super appreciative of the donations that you guys give so we can add that extra component to our program. It's actually something that the Board of Education in Oregon State and also a few other programs, I won't mention names, but they've reached out and they're now trying to add that type of follow-up component to their program because they've seen what the Elks Children's Eye Clinic's preschool vision screen program, how that follow-up helps children actually get to the eye doctor. Another great thing that the Eyes provides for us is we have a fund for glasses. And so our program is able to, if a child doesn't have insurance or is underinsured, we can then pay for the child to have an exam and for them to have glasses if they need it after the exam. So thank you so much for supporting that program. Okay, the eye safety poster contest. There we go. We want to thank all of the Elk Lodges that participated in the eye safety poster contest. I love seeing all the posters that come to us every year. They're really fun. This year, the first place came from Milwaukee Portland Elks Lodge. And then both second and third actually came from Sherwood Elks Lodge. Yeah. We brought these and framed them. They were out at our booth. They're probably gone now, but they will be displayed from now all the way until next April in the lobby of the Elks Children's Eye Clinic. Okay, so I do want to tell you guys about a few events that we have coming up. One of them is Summerfest. It's going to look a little different this year. We had a last-minute venue issue with Oaks Park, so we've been working with the Milwaukee Portland Elks Lodge, and it's going to be, yeah, there you go. It's going to be taking place at the Milwaukee Elks Lodge this year. So we have really great performers and different activities set up for that. It will be held on June 21st from 11 to 1. And if you're interested in volunteering at this event, my information will be in the Elk book, and you guys can reach out. We'd love to have volunteers. We're thinking of doing a rock painting kind of table this year, and we'd love to have that completely manned by Elk members. So if you're interested in volunteering, just reach out to us. We also have the Oktoberfest. The Oktoberfest is a celebration that is held in honor of the President's visit to the Oregon Elks Children's Eye Clinic. This year, Oktoberfest will be held on October 4th from 11 to 2. It's always a fun time, really good food, and during this event, we also do building tours. So if you haven't had a chance to see the clinic, you can come and we'll give you a nice private tour throughout the building. Okay, and ways to volunteer if you're interested. We do have a great group of volunteers that come to our clinic Monday through Thursday right now. They help greet guests or patients as they come in, or just help them find the elevator sometimes, or just hand out stickers to little kiddos as they come in. So that's one way you can help volunteer. Another way is through our vision screen program. We love to have Elk members come with us out to the vision screenings. So if you're interested in that, you can come, and you don't have to do the machine for the vision screenings if you're not interested, but sometimes it's just filling out forms or handing out stickers. And then another great way is through quilts. We absolutely love that we have quilters that donate quilt to us so that we can give a quilt and an elk doll to every patient that comes in for a surgery. So that is one way if you have a quilt group at your Elks Lodge, or if you want to start a quilt group. We have kind of like a starter pack of information if anybody is interested in doing that. So again, if you're interested in any of these volunteers, you can get a hold of me. All my information will be in the Elk book. Okay, so I'd now like to introduce you to Dr. John Davis. Dr. Davis grew up in Las Vegas, Nevada. He earned his medical degree from UCLA and completed his ophthalmology residence training at the University of Washington. He then completed a pediatric ophthalmology and strabismus fellowship at OHSU KCI Institute. After this fellowship, Dr. Davis joined the faculty at KCI Institute and is currently working at the Oregon Elks Children's Eye Clinic in Bend, Oregon. So please welcome Dr. Davis.
Hello, and thank you. It is my pleasure today. I wanted to talk about a patient experience and talk a little bit about some of the impacts that the Elks have had in Bend. I don't know if there's a PowerPoint. Fantastic. So it is my pleasure to introduce two of my patients, Madeline and Quinn, from Crescent, Oregon. And unfortunately, they left today at 3:30 a.m. because they were both vomiting. And they are now back in Crescent. They have made it safely home, but it was an eventful drive. So I will read some of their messages, their mother's message, and I really apologize. So, but let me talk about Madeline and Quinn. And Madeline and Quinn, I know them as twins, but truly they were triplets. They were born 3.5 months early. Quinn was under 1 pound. Madeline was 2 pounds when she was born. And one of the things that happens when children are born this early is it really takes about 40 weeks of gestation or 9 months for the body to form correctly, and particularly the eye. And the blood vessels of the eye, they start out near the optic nerve and then they start to spread out and they go out to the very edges of the retina. But if you're born early, they haven't gone out all the way to the edges of the retina, so there's no blood flow to the retina or at the outside of the eye. And this can be a problem, and it's a problem I think we've talked about a lot, called retinopathy of prematurity. And so Madeline and Quinn, they were born at Randall's and they were in the NICU there, and they were being followed for retinopathy of prematurity. Quinn ended up needing treatment with an injection, and then eventually they were taken to St. Charles Hospital in Bend, Oregon. And they came at a unique time where we were starting a new program with telemedicine or teleretinal screening in examining retinopathy of prematurity. And here you can see what this is. And so I'm in the background, kind of blurry, and I'm training one of the nurse practitioners here to take photos of their eyes where you can see these blood vessels form. And so this is an example, and we were using this machine, sometimes it's called a RetCam or Icon Phoenix Go, and you can see their blood vessels, and they don't look normal near the edge of that screen. They form these ridges and abnormal blood vessels that actually can cause traction or detachment of the retina. So this is a blinding disease if it is not caught and treated appropriately. And so Madeline and Quinn really taught the nurse practitioners how to take photos and how to review photos. And they were instrumental in getting this program up and running in Bend so that we can review these in a more accurate and detailed way going forward. And so I have a number of other photos here where you can see what it would look like as these kids would get their eyes dilated beforehand. And so this is Quinn. They have a couple shades that we put over glasses here. Now, as we followed Madeline and Quinn, and they ended up needing treatment later on, we know that even after you follow retinopathy of prematurity when they're young infants in the NICU, they can still have eye issues going forward, including cataracts, glaucoma, strabismus or an eye crossing or drifting out. So I have continued to see them, and Madeline and Quinn fell into that camp where Madeline has a very thick prescription, so we needed to give her glasses at a very young age. And Quinn now has an eye crossing that is corrected with glasses. And so as we can see, we have, they're very cute, the cute sisters, very supportive of each other, and now they're in glasses. And so that's why I'm so upset is they're not here because I really wanted you to see them. But this has been wonderful being able to follow them and help them as throughout this entire journey. And so I'd just like to read what their mother, Kaylee, texted me. These were some of her comments. She said, "Thank you so much for inviting me here to speak about my favorite subject, Madeline and Quinn. I wanted you to know how impactful the generosity of the Elks Club has been. Because of you, Madeline and Quinn have been able to overcome many obstacles. Our family went through a lot in the NICU, but one of our biggest battles was retinopathy prematurity, or ROP. I remember at our first hospital, I was told that they both had ROP, but it wasn't until we got to St. Charles that I really understood what was going on. I'd seen drawings and research not only what ROP is, but how detrimental it can be to a child if they don't receive proper treatment. It was terrifying to think that Madeline and Quinn could have had permanent damage and even go blind. After transferring to St. Charles, I came in for the first eye appointment with Dr. Davis. I anticipated a similar appointment as the ones we received before. Instead, I had a nurse wheel in some equipment and a monitor. It was a camera that could glide across the eye and displayed it clearly on the monitor. I could see the ridges I'd heard so much about. I could finally understand what was happening, and Quinn could get the treatment she so desperately needed. Even more impactful is the fact that follow-ups were not in Portland. They were local to me, so I didn't have to travel several hours for their care. It is wonderful to have the Casey Eye Institute in Bend. Dr. Davis will continue to watch them grow and develop through the years. That is incredibly important to me, and your donations are why we get that privilege. So I wanted to also express my own thanks to the Elks to allow me the privilege to help these children in Central and Eastern Oregon and to do work that is impactful to these kids, but my own life. I love doing what I do, and I love being able to help these kids in need. Thank you very much.
One more quick. Now it's time to see who takes home them cotton picking cornhole boards. It ain't gonna be me, so we're gonna draw those plus what Talitha and Luann had out there on the table.
So we have Dr. Davis's, two of Dr. Davis's kiddos up here with us. So this is James and Henry.
Henry, come over here.
Okay. And they're gonna draw a name for us. This one is for the cornhole. So go ahead, mix around.
Okay. No, you can't look at the names.
Look up. Okay. All right, who we got? Shauna Genus?
Where
Yeah?
is she? I heard a squeal.
All right.
What lodge?
Oregon City. All right, they go there.
All right. Okay, and this one is going to be for the painting that we had out there.
Close your eyes.
Mix it around, mix it. Oh,
Okay.
who is that?
Jim Knopf?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Oregon City.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay. We better pick someone not from Oregon City for this one. Okay, so this last one is for the basket out there.
Close your eyes.
Jeff Shorey, which actually I think he said that he had to take off today, didn't he? I believe Jeff Shorey had to take off, so we will make sure we get that for him. All of these are out there on the table, kind of where our booth was. So if you guys can pick those up, we'd appreciate it. All right, thank you.
And that concludes our report.
Every time I hear this stuff from our visual program, it's just like out of Star Trek for me. It's just the stuff they're doing. Anyway, got Jim up here for community service, Elk of the Year, Officer of the Year.
Well, if you hadn't heard my name 3 or 4 times already this week, I'm Jim Alameda, and it's my honor to be the state chairman of the Community Services Committee. The primary job of community service has been and still is right now the Elk of the Year, Officer of the Year, and now Citizen of the Year awards. These, along with the Hall of Fame, are the highest honors that we can bestow upon members of our association and now members of our community. So I want to make a big deal out of it. A lot of these people have put in years of service, sometimes decades, in order to be considered for this job. Some have traveled tens of thousands of miles and spent thousands of dollars out of their own pocket in dedicated effort to the charities they support. So with that, some of them are already here. I would like to ask not just the district committee chairman from the Community Service Committee, but the vice presidents of the district and President Steve to get into those photos. And Mr. Photographer, if I can get copies of those, I'll make sure that they get posted out on the OSEA website and the My Elks app. So while I'm giving my report, please show up. At the beginning of the Elk year, with the consent of the state president and most of the vice presidents, I laid out a very aggressive plan for the committee. As the scope of the changes were extensive, the implementation was planned to be spread out over 2 Elks years. The goals were as follows: revise the State Officer of the Year and State Elk of the Year submission and judging procedures, create procedures for handling the newly approved OSEA Citizen of the Year award, create a means for submitting the applications online through the OSEA website, improve the handling and submission of all American Lodge applications, and for those of you who have been submitting and going through the challenges that we have faced this year, you know why I want to improve that one. Improve the visibility of our lodges' interaction with their respective communities and highlight the efforts to support the membership and public relations committees. Finally, I presented this request to the state officers. OSEA Community Service Committee does not have a direct correlation to a Grand Lodge committee. There is Grand Lodge activities, but it doesn't really line up with what this committee does. So I felt that one of the most important things we should do in the near future is define exactly what the roles and responsibility of this committee are supposed to be. Much of what has been handled by community service and lodge activities in the past overlaps the responsibilities of other committees such as membership, marketing, veterans, and youth activities. To fully automate the submission process, that was planned to go live next year. After I got out of the Marine Corps, I learned how to write software. And I knew how much effort goes into trying to make one of these apps and to test it to make sure it's working correctly. Didn't think we could get it done this quick, but thanks to a whole bunch of people stepping up, the 2-year plan very quickly became to get it done before next convention. And I was like, oh my God, how are we going to do this? So I started pulling in people. And I'm down here. I'm sure I'm going to forget people, but the district committee chairman, the vice presidents, President Steve Malone, past state president Nick Betancourt, and Secretary Emma Pletz all pulled together to try to make this thing happen in a very short period of time, especially President-elect Blake, who put the entire website together. We did do a little bit of live testing because, yeah, so luckily everything worked. Having the submission process online, we were able to monitor the applications and communicate to the district committee chairman and the vice presidents that their applications had not been submitted. We were also able to monitor the judging at the district level. And this year, when it appeared one of the districts was going to miss the deadline, we were able to get on the phone, get online, make a whole bunch of calls, and got things done. This was really kind of important to me because back In 2016, at the end of my president's year, what we normally did back then was have all the trustees and vice presidents participate in judging who was going to be the winner of these awards. That particular year, we lost a lot of applications, including an entire district. So back then, I took it upon myself to make sure that this wasn't going to happen again, because number one, it was infuriating. Number two, it was embarrassing. So we came up with a plan to have everything sent through email instead of through snail mail. That improved things, but it didn't fix things. So that's why we decided enough's enough. We're not going to lose any more packets. The people who deserve these awards deserve that consideration. The people who put the applications together, we're spending days, if not weeks, putting it together, and it's just criminal to just lose them and not have these people get judged. So we were able to get it online. Things went very smoothly. We didn't lose anyone, any packets that I'm aware of. And we had 13 Elk of the Year submissions, with 5 out of 5 districts submitting. We had 12 Officer of the Year submissions, with 4 out of 5 districts submitting. And we had 11 submissions for Citizen of the Year, with 4 out of 5 districts submitting. How many people in here, just a show of hands, have put together packets for Elk of the Year and Officer of the Year? It's a lot of work, isn't it? Okay, how many did the applications online this year? Anybody here? Was it a lot easier? Okay, good, that's what I want to hear. So we're going to continue to move in that direction, and we're going to continue to try to make this smooth and easy, and to get more and more of you to take the time to fill out the apps and recognize the people within your lodges to get the awards that they're so deserving of. Okay? Well, I see the vice presidents, but I don't see any district committee chairman. Well, no, I do see one district committee chairman because he wears both hats. All right. From Central District, our district committee chairman is Bob Moody from Salem Lodge. North District, Jill Harris from Tualatin Valley. South District, Randy Gorman from Brookings. East District, Charles Coughlin, John Day. West District, Charlie Bashaw, Sweet Home. And I'm the chairman from Springfield. So, let's get to the awards. Photographer ready? Right there. For Officer of the Year, South District winner, from Roseburg Lodge, Scott Harvey. From Central District, from Kaiser Lodge, Mark Lee Arhart. From North District, from Tualatin Valley, one of the district chairmen that I was looking for is going to come up and get an award for her district as Officer of the Year. Here she comes. Jill Harris, yeah. Okay. And the state winner for Officer of the Year, from Springfield Lodge, Jerry Lynn Whitlock. Next, I'm going to do Citizen of the Year. From East District, from John Day Lodge, Lucy A. Emus. From the Central District, Milwaukee Portland Lodge, Linda Azor. From North District, Hillsborough Lodge, Matt Peterson. And our very first OSEA State Citizen of the Year, from Myrtle Creek Lodge, Terry L. Day. Finally, Elk of the Year, East District, John Day Lodge, Kathleen J. Rosales. From Central District, Kaiser Lodge, Andrea Madison. From South District, Klamath Falls Lodge, Leroy Cabral. From the North District, Seaside Lodge, Adam Israel. Oh, Milwaukee, Portland needs to come up? Oh, okay. Yeah, well. Finally, our state winner from the West District, Springfield Lodge, David Olheiser. Thank you. And going forward, please get back to us with any information that you would like to see to make the processes better, and we will continue to strive to do so. Thank you.
Are we on time still? All right, now we got Joe Snow from Hall of Fame.
Would all the Hall of Fame members please stand and be recognized? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lifeblood of the Oregon State Elks Association. Good morning. Every lodge has hard-working members that put in a lot of time and energy. To these members, the lodge has the option of making them Elk of the Year or Officer of the Year. As they progress farther into elkdom, they may be appointed to a district committee by their district vice president. This starts their OSEA involvement that works towards Hall of Fame. It has more responsibility to the district. They may also become appointed officers by the vice president to run for trustee or vice president. All this applies to working with the Oregon State Elks Association. This is what the Hall of Fame committee looks at when judging the brochures. Every member of the committee looks at all brochures and makes their selection. The committee looks at local lodge involvement, Grand Lodge involvement, but the main thing is the Oregon State Elks Association portion. Every lodge in the state should by now have copies of the rules and deadlines for having a brochure turned in. If not, contact your district representative and they will send you a copy. The committee likes when the candidates don't know that they are being put up for this honor. The surprise at convention makes our endeavors worthwhile. I will now introduce the committee For the South, it's past State President Don Finn. They're hiding over there behind the curtain. North, past State President Don Jensen. Central, past State President Bill Patrick. West, Robert May, past State Trustee. And I am the State Chairman from the East, Joe Snow. Don Finn will be going off the committee this year, and President Steve Malone will be replacing him. I now present this year's inductee into the Oregon State Elks Association Hall of Fame. This year's inductee in the Oregon State Elks Association was born in 1971. He joined his lodge in December of 2002. He became an officer in 2003, becoming exalted ruler in 2008 and again in 2016. He's now lodge secretary. He has been very active in the community and has done charity work around the state. He has been a Grand Lodge member and an active participant starting in 2008. He was district deputy for 3 years from 2012 to 2015 and has attended 12 Grand Lodge conventions. He became an OSEA National Northeast District Committeeman in 2008 and has continued since that time. In 2016, he was elected to the position of vice president for this district and served 7 years, becoming president in 2023-24. During his tenure, he participated in many changes to the OSE bylaws and started the Lodge Improvement Fund to assist local lodges in improving. He married a very beautiful lady, Busy, and they have 2 children and 1 grandchild. He has been a local business leader in his community and state association projects. His children are both members of their lodge in Condon, Oregon, number 1869. I proudly induct Nick Lewis Betancourt.
Nick, it was so interesting watching you squirm back there after your birthday.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? A few.
First of all, we've been making the trophies and they lied to me. So, family, hi. Didn't expect that. I don't think there's been anything that I strove for, but I remember my very first Elks convention when I heard about the Hall of Fame, and then I met a few of those people. I thought that's not a bad goal. Can't go wrong if I miss it. So, Cody, I love you, and we'd still be in Condon helping, but we wouldn't be where we are without you. Thank you.
Betty Heiss, yeah. Well, while we're doing this, my technology must be a little bit better than theirs. So you heard our 8 and 9-year-old boy out of Idaho was 24 out of 25. He got second place. The 8 and 9-year-old girl out of Blackfoot, Idaho, shot 18 out of 25 and is tied for 6th. The young man out of Washington, 10 and 11-year-old boy, was 17 out of 25, and he was a tie for 10th. And our Oregon young lady, 10 and 11-year-old girl, was 17 out of 25, and she tied for 6th. The young girl out of Alaska, and the young man out of Idaho. They're on lunch break right now, and hopefully we'll find out results at the party.
Mr. President, that completes my report.
Oh. Thank you. All right, Betty Heiss, and we have Lori Flatt. We're almost done.
Yeah, keep thinking that.
Hello, representing Betty Heiss for Cancer Research. I am Lori Flatt Roberge from Condon. We're so proud of Nick. We are here to talk about Betty, and we have some slides. All right, there's Betty. Betty was the wife of past Grand Exalted Ruler Frank Heiss of Corvallis Lodge, and she passed in 1987 of breast cancer. Several of Betty's lady friends in Oregon and Idaho made the Betty Heiss Foundation happen and started fundraising. In 37 years, more than $800,000 has been donated to cancer research in Betty's name. Our foundation is managed by 10 directors. My partner in this 4th year for us is Pam Shipley. Where are you, Pam? From Hillsboro. Following us is Cassandra Flatt, also from Condon. Lillian Eastup from Burns. Sharon James from Ashland. And Judy Guessford from Idaho. Dora Rhodes from Oregon City. And Sherry Bowers from Silverton. Julie Evie and Sherry May are our secretary and treasurer. After being directors, we are titled advisors. Are there any advisors in the room? Diane, there's Carol, Barb, Diane, okay. As an advisor, you can be as involved as little or much as works for you. If anyone here is interested in joining in this venture, please make your presence known to any one of us. Betty Heiss for Cancer Research donates to both Oregon and Idaho. In Oregon, we are supporting the War on Skin Cancer at the Knight Cancer Institute, and this study is focused on rural communities, detection and treatment of skin cancer. Our Idaho-directed funds are continuing to support a study around the fact that colon cancer is being diagnosed in much younger people than 50 years old, which used to be the standard for several years. The speaker at our luncheon yesterday was from St. Luke's Cancer Institute in Idaho. She's had 29 years experience in cancer research. She shared with us how our support is making a difference in Idaho. The youngest person enrolled in their study is 21 years old with colon cancer. The challenge being anyone 20s, 30s, 40s, they're not thinking colon cancer. And unfortunately, because of their age, it can go undiagnosed. We at Betty Heiss for Cancer Research are proud to support these studies. Back to Betty, I brought a couple of fun photos. If we could have the next one. Betty is playing cards here with the men. Hang on a second here. At the card table is Betty, and across from her is Frank, and then Jim Damon with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. and my dad, Bill Flatt, who that year this was 73, 74, he was state president. Overseeing the game is Bert Miller, Gary Miller's father. Gary says he thinks this picture was taken at Damon's in Mount Vernon. Yeah. Okay, hang on a second here. All right, the next photo is taken in Condon in the house that I grew up in. You can see Dad and Betty there. My mom took this picture, focused on basically Dad and Betty. Frank in the background, you can see he's got a grip on a bottle. Frank was quite the character. Dad gave his eulogy in 2004, and Frank's wish was to be buried dressed in his hunting gear, tucked into his sleeping bag in a pine box, and placed between his two wives. Betty was one grand lady. We are happy to keep her memory alive. Hopefully everybody had fun shopping in our silent auction room, and we are closed now. And there will be a list of winners outside of the auction room for people to see. Thank you to the lodges who worked through the year with their fundraising, who sent baskets for our silent auction, who brought their donations to our luncheon, and individuals doing the same for your generous contributions to our cause. We have thankfully collected about $8,000 in the last few days. A big thank you to the State Association for allowing us to gather at this Elks event. We are appreciative. Thank you all for your support.
Cam? Duty? All right. Final report on credentials.
Ticking down, baby.
Yeah, I started this morning 2 hours.
Good afternoon. Oh, is it still morning? Okay, well, it's close enough. I would like to first introduce the committee for 25-26, starting out with Dan McMahon from St. Helens Lodge North District. Dan, are you here? Where are you? Wherever. Okay. Jerry Lynn Whitlock from West District, Springfield Lodge. Gary Miller, East District. Bryce Neal, South District. Mike Carter, Central District. And I'm Kim Duty from West District. First, second thing I'd like to do is thank Don Roth for all of his years' service to the association and running this committee, and graciously passing the baton off to me. Thank you, Don. Okay, for the numbers. Look at this, Mr.
Good for you.
Hey, 1 Grand Exalted Ruler, 2 past Grand Exalted Rulers, 3 Grand Lodge committeemen, 5 district leaders, 30 past district deputies, 5 DDs, 14 past state presidents, 12 past trustee chairs, 21 elected and appointed state officers, 25 visitors, 390 delegates, 272 members, 30 guests, and 20 Hall of Fame members, for a total of 690 registered individuals for this convention. Today's total was 588. Mr. President, that's my first report. Excellent. And I have to type it up.
Good job. Okay, all right. Get ready to go for it. Are you going to introduce him? Okay. I get to call Keith, our state sponsor, Keith Mills, up to the mic again.
Goodbye.
Adios.
Starting to catch on. Amy, we're pretty popular. They're showing up just for us. No, they're showing up for Amy, I guarantee it. So at this time of the day, it comes with great pleasure. I got some special guests to introduce. They're going to give us some words of wisdom. I'm going to go stop there. No, just kidding. But it gives me great pleasure. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, would you please escort our First Lady of Elkton, Miss Julia, to the stage, please? You can clap for it. It's okay. They're on their 42nd trip, I believe, 44, 40 something. It's a whirlwind tour, let me tell you that. But they look fantastic. I hope they've had a good time. But this time I'd invite Miss Julia up here to say a few words. Julia, please.
Thank you. Well, first of all, the word that comes to mind is inspiring. Everything we've heard this morning is just what we as Elks do. And as we travel the country, we're gathering all this wonderful memories, but first of all, we just have to thank you for personally what you do here in Oregon. This is one of the largest groups that we've seen across the country, and that's inspiring. But on a personal level, I was a pediatric 3-year-old eye corrective surgery patient. So seeing what you do, it touched me. So thank you for that. And also, thank you for your hospitality. We've had wonderful meals and banquets. Thank you to the Seaside Elks Lodge. You've did a fantastic job taking care of all of us. But just thank you personally to our good friends. We've made so many friends across the country, and I think it's like in the thousands. So, and faces are always what I remember most. So if you see us in Kansas City, if you come, don't hesitate to come up and say hi to us. And I want you to know, Elkton's Heart for America is what we've promoted, and you are the heart of what we aspire to be, and all the things that you do. And we're very humbled to be on this journey. And even though we only have like 5 states left, we'll see many of you next year. We'll be in Idaho, and we'll be in Washington. We'll get to go to Minnesota. These are a few that we didn't get to do this year. So, love you all. Thank you for what you do.
Technology of its finest. I had a great report, and I can't find it. So I'm going to wing a few things here. Some little bit of something about our Grand Exalted Ruler. 4-year all-conference punter. Well, that was a hard work, wasn't it? 1978, Division NCAA, Division III national champions. Did you punt it away? 1981, he got his Bachelor's of Arts degree in criminal justice. Oh my God, now he's really scaring me. Doug has enjoyed 34 years with the Ohio Adult Patrol Authority, starting in 1983 as a patrol officer and a probation officer. I knew there was something that was off about you. He was initiated in the Bucyrus Elks Lodge. That's a horrible one. I can't hardly pronounce that sometimes. Back in 1984, He's proposed for membership by one of his best friends. Doug is a third-generation Elk, became an active and dedicated member, having chaired and served on numerous lodge committees. Progressed through his chairs, was installed as exalted ruler in his lodge in 1988-89, then again in 1996-97, received Elk of the Year in 92-93. He served, or chaired, as lodge trustee in 1991 through 1996, and again in 2009, 2014. I'm starting to see a lot of second things. You can do this grand thing twice, too? I would if they'd let me. Nah, just kidding. Just kidding. Elected honorary life in February of 2015. Okay, I'm moving over to the top of the screen here. Come on. Oh, thumb work. He served as North Central District of Ohio as Drug Awareness Chairman from 1990 to 1999, Executive Board Member from 1991 through 96, as Activities Chairman in 1996-97, and as a Judiciary Committee member of 2015 to the present. He served the Ohio State Elks Association as Assistant State Drug Awareness Chairman in 1996-97, a State Chaplain in 2000-2001, served as State Secretary as well in 2001 and 2002, sorry, it was off a year. Third Vice President in 2002, 2003, Second Vice President 2003, 2004, oh my goodness sakes. Then he went to the State Trustees from 2004 to 2007. Good God, do you sleep? Final year serving as the chairman. Was then took First Vice President in 2007, 2008, and served as State President of Ohio in 2008 and 2009. Chairman of the Advisory, 2010, 2011, and Chairman of the Elks Leadership College from 2019 to 2021. He served at Grand Lodge with distinction as District Deputy in 1998-99, Special Representative of several lodges in his district. He was Area 4 Fraternal Committee from 2013 to 2018. It's the same time Joe Basil was on there, so you're starting to understand his quirks a little bit. The final 2 years, he served as chairman of that committee. He was the Area 4 Lodge Committee member in 2018 to 2021, and in 2021, Doug was elected to represent Area 4 on the Board of Grand Trustees, serving as Building Applications member in 21-22, Home member in 22-23, and presently serving Secretary of the Board for 23-24. He was unable to serve his 4th year on the board because we had other things for him to do. Trust me, he probably would have loved to stay on the board. So at this time, it gives me great pleasure. He was our Grand Exalted Ruler elected. Oh my goodness sakes, where were we last time? Austin? In Austin, Texas, your 24-25 Grand Exalted Ruler, Mr. Doug Schiefer.
Well, this is just a fine day. To the great state of Oregon and all the wonderful Elks here. We've witnessed so much right now. Elks community projects show Elkdom's heart for America. What an unbelievable opportunity to serve our great order. I need to first thank my wonderful wife of 48 years, Julia. Without her love, support, and commitment, this experience would not be possible. We both are so grateful to have been chosen to take this amazing journey. We've been so blessed by the support of our family, friends, and especially our Elks family. We are so thankful for everything that you do to make your communities better, how you run your programs. My theme this year is Elkdom's Heart for America. It means recognizing all the honorable and charitable things Elks strive for and want to accomplish, in their quest to make their communities a better place. I chose this theme because from what history showed from our founding members learned when they came to the aid of a fellow Elks widow over 156 years ago. It was that spirit that changed the local social club into the amazing organization that we are today, demonstrating charity and brotherly love. As we travel the country, Julia and I have been promoting our Elks programs administered by our Grand Lodge committees to make our lodges stronger and improve our image throughout our great order. We will be promoting our local community service projects, and here's something that you can do if you still need some work to do before school gets out. I would like you to promote local community service project and engage with your local schools. Help children who need it by providing critical school supplies and lay the groundwork for the Elks youth programs. These programs can build stronger communities while stimulating a response that motivates worthy members of the public to seek Elks membership. In this way, our community service builds the foundation to continue to develop your future. Successful lodges create and develop local projects that can become signature accomplishments in the eyes of their communities. In turn, members of the community will see this mature over time and want to be involved. If we work together toward charitable pursuits and remain faithful to our programs, I'm confident that you will see an increase in membership. And I believe that water, I don't have it. Confident. Pursue our programs. Not just temporary gains, but I think we'll continue to make those gains and keep building our communities through our membership and what we do in them. I've been totally impressed by your iCare State Major Project and what it's done since its inception in 1949 to present day. The research that gets done is amazing. The lives that it impacts is amazing through your research, screening, and treatment. And I know with Elks National Foundation, I believe your state is going to be already made your per capita for this coming year, Thank you, Oregon, for showing Elkham's heart for America. I get information from Kate Etsy at National Foundation, who gives me, before we come, so we can review what some of the lodges are doing. And just to shout out to a couple of them, Ontario, Oregon Lodge number 1690, your 22 Legacy Award Scholarship. Brody Kimball is a student at Northwest Nazarene University. Brody recently volunteered at Ontario, Oregon Lodge number 1690's Hoop Shoot contest. Brody noted it just felt good to get back in a positive way and be with those that you can impact and just to give back. Another one here is Taluatine Valley, Oregon, Tualatin. Well, yeah, you told me it was TV.
We know who he's talking
Or you call it TV.
TV.
I said TV.
The 2023 Most Valuable Student was Kayla Zong, sophomore at Brown University. As an Elks Scholar, she has attended 3 Elks Scholar service trips and frequently meets up with other Elks Scholars on her campus. She shares that the collaborative effort and with nature of the Elks means that I can learn from my peers, share my own experiences, and together we can amplify the impact we make. Just 2 more. Milwaukee, Portland, Oregon Lodge, number 142, a Beacon grant. How's the program working so far?
Good.
Well, you're supporting young people experiencing homelessness, increasing housing costs, trying to decrease the housing costs for them, and trying to alleviate the economic pressures of what it's like to be displaced. Marginalizing and isolated families who were already facing economic insecurity. The Lodge partnered with New Avenues for Youth, an organization dedicated to ending youth homelessness, to allow young people the opportunity to shop for themselves during the holidays. Items including clothing, survival items such as sleeping bags, warm clothing, backpacks, hygiene items, and toys for younger siblings. And the last one, Springfield, Oregon Lodge, number 2145. They used a gratitude grant to distribute hygiene products, and these kits contained essentials for maintaining proper hygiene. Okay, last one. Cottage Grove, Oregon, Lodge number 1904. A Spotlight grant. Cottage Grove, Oregon uses its Spotlight grant to continue to partnership with Eugene, Oregon Lodge number 357 and Springfield, Oregon Lodge number 2145 to hold stand down event for veterans experiencing homelessness. The lodges coordinate with several resource organizations in the area to provide hygiene products, warm clothes, food, haircuts, dental care, and especially veterans in attendance. Thank you for all that you do here in your wonderful state. We've had nothing but love, experiencing that from you, and noting that you have seeing some of the state presidents from other states come down and just to visit with you for the time, and it's such a nice thing to see them here. So keep up the good work with what you're doing. You're impacting It's a pleasure for Julie and I just to be here to celebrate what you are doing. Keep up the good work. Keep up the dedication to make your community strong. Keep demonstrating your heartfelt care for others. So with that, I thank you. God bless you all. God bless our troops, and God bless America.
Sergeant Arms, you got something to announce? Turn on. Turn it on.
This was dropped off a couple hours ago. I think it was left in Kaiser's lodge room or something. It's a book on home interior decoration. So where's Backlund at? I know, maybe it's this. Anyway, you're only going to have a few more minutes to come and get it. The longer you wait, the more it costs. Thank you.
Okay, Sergeant at Arms, you escort Cody Betancourt up here to help me out with this next chore. It's not a chore, but it's a treat. All right, if we haven't spoiled our Grand Exalted Ruler and our First Lady enough this weekend, we got a few little gifts for them.
Wow.
Oh, you even got a little card there.
Okay. Oh, thank you for joining us. Oh. Thank you for joining us in Oregon. We hope you have had an amazing year. And this is all signed. Thank you so much.
Just let her rip.
Oh, just rip.
Yeah.
I will. It's not going to be hard, as long as that's not.
It looks pretty until you open the back of the wrapping paper off.
Okay, getting closer.
It's a box of paper.
It's a box of my car, my mom made it. Okay, it weighs. Oh my word, it's gorgeous.
Got it all?
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
That was created by Nick's dad. He does a great job with birdhouses. So.
I love that.
All right, great.
I love birdhouses too. I love them.
And for our Grand Exalted Ruler, I come up with the most obnoxious box I could find.
You know what? Set it on the chair.
This is all yours. It's not as big as it
Don't
looks.
mess that bow up.
I'll rip it apart. I don't. I'm tired of looking at it. I actually had to cut the box down and rebuild it. Okay, I think you're good there. You got tape down the center. Just right here. Yeah. No. Yes. I wrapped it, I know.
I know somebody should, we need a knife or something. Well, I have
There we go.
scissors.
I think we got it. We got it.
Oh, you got it?
All right.
Okay.
Keep going. Open the other one. Okay.
Wow. I got a can of clam chowder.
Yeah. It's a Myrtlewood clock from my part of the state down in the southwest, so yes. I hope you have a wall big enough.
We do.
Okay. Or take a couple of pictures out from it. So.
Just say a grand thank you for these homemade, beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Oh, it's wonderful.
It's
Thank you.
beautiful.
Tom, did you get a picture? Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, we'll get all this stuff shipped to you. So. All right. Got our newest Hall of Famer up here on the stage. He's going to present some life awards.
Good morning. I'll be brief. The Life Fund, Lodge Improvement Fund, refer to it as a Life Fund, was started last year. When Cody and I were state president, we couldn't decide which charity to give it to, and we knew that 1 year of fundraising would be a drop in the bucket for the good that we could do. We also believe that charity starts at home, and we wanted the state association to help our lodges, to help others, and the more that we can help you do that, the more we'll get out of our mileage. So we started a Life Fund which gave away $1,000 grants for lodge improvement. There are plans to increase that. We're working on it. We also want it to be a reward-based system, so if your lodge brings in the most membership growth, you might get a check for $500. If you win the All-American Lodge Contest for the state, you might get $500. We're working on that. The current committee for the Life Fund is Chris Kiddo, Ed Parmer, Steve Malone, and Kim Duty, and I hope they will all continue on again next year. This year, we were able to get we kind of basically piggybacked on Jim Alameda and got the form on electronically. It is designed to be simple. We want you to fill it out. You actually are limited on how many words you can put in the application because we're not having a grant writing contest. We're having a request for money and we want to give it to you. So very simply, tell us what you want to do with it, how much you need up to $1,000, get it done by October, report back with $1,000 with receipts and a picture, and you're done. This is supposed to be a simple process. When we started, we were going to give away 2 a year to start. The state officers decided they would give away 3. This year, the state officers heard all of the applications and decided to award 8. I believe that their goal is to give 10 a year with no district restrictions. I believe that's the goal we're heading for. The one last thing I'll say is required is the All-American Lodge Contest entry form. The score sheet must be turned into your district deputy and make it to community activities. At the time you fill out the application, the deadline has not come for that, so you agree to do it. We check. If you don't do it, you don't get the grant. It's that simple. So in no particular order, I will meet you at the front of the stage, and I have $1,000 checks literally written out and ready for you.
Go ahead.
In no particular order.
But no, those are in alphabetical, so you can find them.
He always inserts himself. Salem Lodge, Seaside Lodge, Springfield, Newport, Coquille Valley, Roseburg, Hood River, and John Day. Keith has your checks.
And these requests are made for anything from new lighting in the lounge, some painting on the outside of the buildings, a few other odds and ends, so sign restoration. Oh, well. Act like you know each other.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to, before we start the final thing, I got a few words I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, sit down, son.
All right.
First of all, it's been an interesting 7 years. And this last year has been very interesting, to say the least. Enjoyed all my visits to the districts. You guys spoiled me. I'm not used to getting that kind of treatment from hardly anybody. So that was very appreciated. I had a lot of fun. We did everything from axe throwing to visiting museums and having great meals and visiting a lot of good people. I've got a few thank yous I want to do. I want to thank every officer I served with over these 7 years. There's been a lot of them, and some of them are still going to come in this year and still be contributing and everything and serving the order. And like I said last year, when I got installed, we have a great association. And this year's only proved it even more to me than stuff you guys do. And we do a good job. I want to thank the past state presidents for any advice I ever needed, and sometimes I didn't need. But they did a good job with me, too. I do appreciate their help. Joel and Judy Bowie, him and I have been traveling together for way too long, and I told somebody, which I shouldn't have, I said, we've seen each other in our underwear too many times. And we did share a few rooms, not Judy, but when Joel and I were traveling. No, she's red. And I told her I was going to talk to her about her a little bit. My pseudo wife sitting down there, Mrs. Cody Betancourt, she's kept me on the straight and narrow and make sure I was doing the right thing and getting the right things and being in the right place. And divorce papers are in the mail. You know. So I do appreciate everything you've done this past year and the last year too. So, and our state sponsor, Keith, I want to thank you.
You're welcome.
Also for keeping me on the straight and narrow most of the time. And he told me not to disappear, and I don't plan on it. And so from taking a line from one of my favorite movies, I have served, and I will be of service. And on that point, all right, okay. You guys embarrass me every time you do that. Now I'm red. Okay. All right. I thought these words would never come, but I'm not done yet.
No, it's me.
Oh.
But you can take a break. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Well, while they're figuring that out, I'm going to try to finish up my stuff. I'll do my best. Ashland Lodge, where you at? Well, guess what? I made a promise to you folks a year ago that I was going to find a way to help fund the state winning ritual team. The other few couldn't go. Ashland has so graciously decided to go. So guess what I got for you? I got a check for $10,000 to send this ritual team. Come on. Come on up, State President. There you go. Here's the envelope. Thank you. While they're doing all this, we're going to try to keep running because I know we're running a little bit late. We still got a few things to do. Really late? Yeah, it's almost. Well, what else you got to do on this fine I was going to say sunshiny day. All right, I got a few people to thank. First off, we got 4 of our DDs that are retiring this year. If they're in here, please rise. The retiring DDs are going to be Ed Palmer, Don Jensen, Terry Hascom, and Terry Brandt. Please rise. Give them a applause. They've all served us well and done a great job for me. Your new DD teams for this year. Please wait till I get the whole district introduced. From the north, your district leader is going to be still Don Jensen. Your new DD is going to be Mike Check. Esquire is Richard Shipley, and your district auditor is Wendell Newmeyer. Please rise if you're here. Over in the West District, district leader David Olheiser, district deputy Ralph Dingle, district auditor Bill Kellogg, and district esquire is Bobby McDermott. From the East District, District Leader Joe Snow, District Deputy Barbara Smith, Esquire Trudy Seedorf, and Auditor Jeannie Preston. From the Central District, District Leader still Steve May. I'm working on that. No, I'm just kidding. Your new district deputy is going to be Mike Finch. The auditor is Jenny Van Loo, and the esquire is Mr. John Buckley. And in the South District, the district leader, Joey Nahn. District deputy will be Randy Kopernink. The auditor is Rick Kopernink. The assistant auditor is Doris Kopernink. Do they do anything that they don't do together? And your esquire is going to be Todd Lund. Like pulling names out of a hat, isn't it? Whew. All right. A couple of the ones I wanted to thank and for. We have our Grand Lodge Government Relations Committee chairman, or not chairman, committee member, Steve Johnson, his wife Pam with us today. Pam will be retiring off of this committee come July. I was thinking January. And I want to thank both of you for doing everything you have for not only this state, but for the entire Area 8. Thank you, Steve and Pam. We still have Grand Lodge committeemen that are going to be in service. We have Mr. Steve Meyer there in the back, who's still going to be on Grand Lodge Public Relations and Marketing and Membership. And of course, Mr. Rick Shipley from your great state of Oregon is still going to be serving on the Grand Lodge Ritualistic Committee. He'd like to judicial. I know, it's a microphone. It doesn't translate very well. All right. Last couple things I got to take off of is, first off, thank you for all of you being here. It is a pleasure to be your state sponsor. I sure hope and pray that you feel the same way that I do about each and every one of you that you feel about me, I hope. Well, maybe not, I don't know. I do my best that I can with the decisions that I have to do and the decisions that we make. We're not always going to agree, but we've always said all weekend, we are a family. Some families fight a little bit. We are a little dysfunctional at times, but that's okay. Family is family. Nobody else better tread on my family. If I catch somebody treading on any of my family members, you will hear the wrath of me. Ask my children. This deep voice comes with other things as well. I try not to yell. Sometimes when I'm speaking, you may think I'm yelling at you, and I'm not. I apologize for the voice, but it is what it is, and maybe it's just my way of getting across to people. But that's where I'm going to stand on that one. Other special guests that are here this weekend, and she's always welcome for anything that Oregon does in any district, in any lodge, and we'll always treat her with the dignity and respect that she deserves, and that's Miss DJ Damon down here. Past Grand Roger True, always a pleasure to be with you. We do a lot of things together in our 4 states. You're taking over another mentorship. I'm a little rugged on the edges, but I'll get there. You want to talk about 2 people fight a lot? Roger and I fight a lot. But I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being in attendance. And as well, you're always welcome in this state as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for being here. At this time, I got one more, couple individuals. We got a new one going to a Grand Lodge committee. Must be his day today. But we're going to have a new Area 8 Lodge Activities Committee chairperson, and that's going to be Nick Betancourt, and Cody is going to be our new Grand Lodge committee. And when it rains, it pours. Being that I'm not a sitting Grand from the state of Oregon, you've always had a sitting Grand from the state of Oregon, so this is something going to be a little bit new for you folks. I need some help. Imagine that. So I have the opportunity now to name a special deputy for the state of Oregon. It is essentially my right-hand individual. If I'm not there, he has to do all the work and I get all the accolades. I've looked far and hard since I came out of being Grand. Roger and I actually talked about it back when he was the sponsor of what we could do and what we couldn't do. Actually, I guess I was your special deputy for 3 years, wasn't I? Sorry, I forgot about that. But your new special deputy for the state of Oregon is Mr. Nick Betancourt. And of course, Cody. I need the help. Amy needed a playmate. Hey, that's up to you. And with that, I'd love to speak to you more, but I believe we've been here long. I care for each and every one of you as deeply as I can think of. Sorry, I got some bad news from home, but we'll deal with that later. I will do whatever I can to promote this state. You have grown leaps and bounds over the last 5 or 6 years that I've been over here and helping being involved, from the legacy of Frank Heiss to the legacy of Mr. Damon to the short legacy with Mr. True in the 3 years that he was here. And I hope and pray that I'm here for a long time, and we're going to continue to make this state grow and prosper, and the Northwest will rise again. All right? Let's get these new officers installed. Thanks, everybody.
Now we don't like it.
And before I get yelled at, I couldn't do any of this without Miss Amy down front.
All right, just when I think I'm done, they give me something else. Sound familiar?
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, I have a resolution to read. Whereas Seaside Lodge number 1748 has been our host for the 2025 and the 108th Summer Convention of the Oregon State Elks Association. And whereas the officers, members, and the spouses of Seaside Lodge number 1748 have provided us with excellent facilities, and whereas the citizens of the community have been gracious, hospitable, and accommodating to each and every one of us. Now therefore be it resolved, the Oregon State Elks Association extends to the Seaside Lodge number 1748, their officers, members, spouses, and the citizens of the city of Seaside. God, that's a lot of the sincere thanks of the association. Signed this 26th day of April 2025, Stephen L. Malone, President, and Emma Pletz, Executive Secretary. All right, I'll just toss it down there to you. Good job, Seaside. Okay, as I was trying to do 10 minutes ago, the installation of officers, are you all ready back there?
They're probably at the bar.
Probably at the bar? Okay, all right. I don't know how this works. They come in or... We'll have the installation of officers for the 25-26 fraternal year. Who is the chairman?
He's right behind you.
Kim? Oh, there he is. All right. Good. I don't tell me. We can go down if you like.
Go ahead and talk. We're going to leave you.
Okay, fantastic. Oh,
Don't throw that in my hat. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for you to.
I'm out of here.
Okay. Okay. Don't slip or fall, please. Sergeant at Arms, have the officers of the Oregon State Elks Association of the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks of the United States of America been duly elected for this coming year.
Yes, they have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members and guests, it is my duty to lift the burden of office from those who have borne it during this last year, and to transfer to their successors the responsibility for the administration of the affairs of the Oregon State Elks Association for the coming year. Retiring Mr. President Steve Malone, Jr.
Dad.
Right here. No, just right there. Your services to the order and this association is not over, as you very well have said. Your interest in this association will continue in the years to come, and your experience should ever be available to those who seek it, whether they really want it or not. All the retiring officers deserve the gratitude of the association and its members for the time and energy they have devoted to it. These outgoing officers deserve our praise and appreciation. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Secretary Emma.
Oh, that would be me.
That's you. Okay. You will call the names of the officers-elect.
President Blake Whitson, President-elect David Backlund, Vice President David Whitlock, Vice President Charles Coughlin, Vice President Rob Marks Jr., Vice President John Rhodes, Chairman of the Trustees Edwin Rocky King, Trustee Randy Morgan, Trustee Greg Wilhelm, Trustee Tom Nordorf, and Trustee Pam Taylor.
Sergeant at Arms Kim, you have retired to the anteroom, and with the officer-elect, when they are ready, please enter. Speak. Yes. Admit them.
May the good Lord be with you down every road you roll. And may sunshine and happiness surround you when you far from home. And may you grow to be proud, dignified, and true.
Okay, you look pretty good.
To others as you'd have done to you. Be courageous and be brave, and in my heart you'll always stay forever young, forever young, forever young. May good fortune be with you.
What a fantastic looking, good group of people. You guys will do well.
Build a stairway to heaven with a prince or a vagabond. And may you never love in vain. And in my heart you will
Okay.
remain
Officer-elect,
forever
cut the side,
young.
please. Thank you. Officers-elect, do you accept the duties and responsibilities of the office to which you have been elected? I do. Fantastic. the chaplain will lead us in prayer. Please rise if you can.
Let thy blessing, we beseech thee. Almighty God, rest upon the exercises of this hour. Grant that the members who have been entrusted with the affairs of the association for the coming year may be guided in the discharge of their duties. May they realize there is no finer contribution can be made than that of true and inspiring service. For the work accomplished by those who have guided the affairs of the association for the past year, we are grateful. Bless this association, and may we all unite in a common and inspiring effort for its improvement in the coming year. May all be done to thy honor. We ask in thy name. Amen.
Please be seated. Officers-elect, before investing you with the insignia of your office, you will be required to take a solemn oath to faithfully perform your duties to the very best of your ability. Are you willing to take such an oath? Very good. Place your left hand over your heart. Make sure you know where your heart is, please. And raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the presence of God and this association of Elks, I do solemnly promise and swear to conform with and maintain the Constitution, statutes, rules, and regulations of the Grand Lodge of the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks, and the Constitution and bylaws of the Oregon State Elks Association. I also promise and swear to practice the virtues of charity, justice, and brotherly love, and with fidelity to perform the duties of the office to which I have been chosen to the best of my ability. And may God help me and keep me steadfast. As an officer of this association. Amen. And at ease. Very good. You guys did okay. The statutes of the Grand Lodge and the bylaws of Oregon State Elks Association set forth your duties very plainly. It is not necessary for me to impress upon you your responsibilities. The members of this association have placed a great deal of confidence in you. That confidence will never be shaken if you perform the duties of your office willingly, faithfully, and with dignity to the best of your ability. Sergeant at Arms Kim, please conduct President Blake Whitson to a seat at my right. You don't get to sit yet.
Oh, okay.
I was a little premature on sit.
So I just get to look at the chair.
Yes, you do. Step right up here, right there. Thank you. Blake, I present you with this gavel, the emblem of authority. Use it with firmness and decision, always considering what is best for the association and the order. May you be guided by wisdom, discretion, and may the influence of charity, justice, and brotherly love prompt you to rule with fidelity. As your first official act, you will announce the list of appointed officers who will assist you for the coming year. As soon as I turn the page.
You want to have them, don't they get badged before I do that?
Oh, yes, I do. You guys need to badge them. I turned the page too soon. You get it in the right pocket? Fantastic. The correct pocket.
How many PSPs to put a badge on?
And those that have finished investing, you may escort them to their proper location, position. Okay, now, President Blake, we're going to back up and we can start over with your announcements.
I now make the following official appointments. Sergeant at Arms, Mike Kronk. Assistant Sergeant at Arms, Christopher Crease Kitto. Thank you. Chaplain, Jennifer Brabish. Inner Guard, Dennis Flippins. Tyler, Chuck Cook. Organist, Roy Payne. Vocalist, Denise Venieri. Photographer, Thomas Winters. Treasurer, Donald Lewis. And Secretary, Emma Pletz.
Sergeant at Arms Kim, you will conduct the newly appointed officers before the President when they are ready. They don't practice this, so it takes a while. Appointed officers. Before investing you with the insignia of your office, do you each accept the duties of the office to which you have been appointed? As his first official act, your president has conferred upon you a distinct honor. The bylaws of the Oregon State Elks Association sets forth your duties very plainly. It is not necessary for you to impress upon, it's not necessary for me to impress upon you your responsibilities. President Blake has placed a great deal of confidence in you. That confidence will never be shaken if you perform the duties of your office willingly, faithfully, and with dignity, to the best of your ability. Your appointed duties afford you an opportunity to be of real service to your association. I urge you to show your appreciation of the honor your president has bestowed upon you by loyal and industrious service. Sergeant at Arms Kim, with the assistance of the past state presidents, you will now invest these officers with the insignia of their office and escort them to their respective places, stations, where they belong. At least I remember to do it in order. Yes. Good job, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you. And now, in the name and by the authority of the Grand Lodge of the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks of the United States of America, and the Oregon State Elks Association. I do hereby declare and proclaim the officers of the association duly installed. Now, before I forget, President Blake, here is your badge of authority.
Badge of authority. There we go.
And I already handed
Yep,
you,
already.
now you can start
Now I
to
can start to
use
use
that. But before you do that, I have a little trinket that I've had for a number of years. I don't recall where I got it, but it is a little tooth BPOE 336. And it does have some initials on the back, but there you are. I
Steve.
saved it for you.
Steve, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And thank you for the privilege of doing this.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, let's see where we are on the book here. There we go. It says I'm to present certificates and watches, and Emma, you told me you have those. I have those. So let's, it says we start with Steve Malone. Perfect. So I have a resolution. Whereas Steve Malone has served this association for a number of years, and whereas Steve has served this past year as president with distinction, dedication, ingenuity, and with great leadership, therefore be it resolved, the Oregon State Elks Association and convention assembled extend to Steve the sincere appreciation of every officer, committee person, and member for the successful association year just completed. Signed this 26th day of April, 2025. Steve? And we have a badge. You get that one, and you get a badge.
Let me open it now.
Yeah. But don't go too far. Because after Joyce, there's more stuff.
Put this on.
Yes, sir. There you go.
All right. Official has been.
Would that be the one? Welcome.
I wonder what this could be.
You have my book from Mike, right? Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
It is. I'll never get it back together. I got a watch. All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I'll put that on later. I'll practice getting that open.
Now, hopefully Joyce was watching, so.
Lord.
Thank you. I need less clutter.
And for our outgoing state trustee chair, whereas Joyce Middleton has served this association for a number of years, and whereas Joyce served the past 6 years as trustee with distinction and leadership, therefore be it resolved, the Oregon State Elks Association and convention assembled extend to Sister Joyce the sincere appreciation of every officer, committee person, and member for the continued dedication to the work of the order. Signed this 26th day of April, 2025. Joyce? And we've got new badge for you and a bag.
Now you can be a has-been. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't mind being a has-been. Come on, okay, you have to sit here now. This is the main street. Go there and okay. Oh, that's gorgeous. That is absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna say 2 words, okay, boss? Okay.
May God bless all of you for what you accomplish through Elkdom. I have loved every minute of my 7 years as trustee, and I will miss it, but it will go on. God bless you all. Thank you.
Past State President Steve. Yeah, I told you not to go too far.
It's going to take me a week to figure out this watch.
So it is tradition that the officers present a gift to the outgoing state president, and we have one for you here, Steve. I want you to note, though, your wife and mine put notes on it telling you exactly how to open it, which side goes up, so be careful.
Cody, would that be you?
This end up, okay.
And it says open here.
Open here.
She left notes. In case you think we're kidding, there is a Post-it note.
Cody, does he need to unknife the tape?
No.
Okay, cool. Okay. Back up a little bit.
I know, you
It's a
guys
box
just
of
want to
paper.
get to the party, don't you? But it's just, oh, no. What'd you guys do?
I don't know, but it looks good.
That is the past state president jewel and chain with the Roseburg Lodge number, Roseburg pin on the top, and a plaque of appreciation for Steve. Don't go away yet. It is also traditional that the officers present the spouse of the outgoing state president with something as well. And as much as we've heard Steve talk about Joy over the last several years, we did not want her memory to go unremarked on this day either. As an educator, Joy had a commitment to literacy for children, and the officers made a $150 donation in memory of Joy Malone to the Umpqua Literacy Council, and they should have that and be using it for good use.
Oh, thank you. God, this is too pretty. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now, it says here to introduce any family and friends. Well, I think I've got close to 700 friends sitting out there. Unfortunately, my parents were not able to be here today. They are watching at home on YouTube, so if everybody will look up there at that camera in that corner and just wave hi and say, "Hi, Mom and Dad." They are watching at home, and they're going to love that I just did that. But look at it this way. I will say they probably have far more comfortable seating than we do. So I joined this organization shortly after I turned 21, and at the time, I knew some of what the Elks did, but my main motivation was the lodge was 15 minutes away from where I went to college, and it had cheap drinks and cheap food that was far better than what the cafeteria offered, and they had a full bar. I never would have imagined that I'd be standing here today with this incredible opportunity to serve our order. This would not be possible without the support and mentorship of so many people over the years. From my father, who sponsored me and who's watching at home, hopefully, if he figured out YouTube, to past Exalted Ruler Keith Wilson of Springfield, Illinois Lodge 158, who first appointed me as a lodge officer, and past District Deputy Grand Exalted Ruler Tony Baker, whose friendship and mentorship have been invaluable. I also want to thank PSP's Steve May, Kim Duty, Rick Shipley, and Nick Betancourt for your friendship and guidance over the last several years. For the last year, Steve Malone's theme was Persevere and Innovate. And in Oregon, we have been leaders in innovation. We have led the way in cutting-edge digital marketing strategies, developed new and innovative resources to help lodges engage members, and taken the promotion of our order and the works we do to new heights. We even introduced the Elks into the world of racing with sponsorships of drivers that are introducing the Elks to a new generation and a new audience. Over the last year, we have been able to reach almost 90,000 people per month with the message of who the Elks are and what we do in communities across our state. But none of this would have been possible without the friendships and partnerships we have built within the Elks, and especially our fellow Area 8 states of Washington, Idaho, and Montana. Indeed, our entire Discover Elks program was built around a central theme that we are stronger together, that when we work together, we can achieve far more than what we otherwise would, which is why I have selected the theme, Elks Are Stronger Together, for this year. From Lincoln City to Ontario, Enterprise to Ashland, and down the I-5 corridor, we have 48 lodges and 24,000 members that make up our association. And we are at our best and strongest when we work together, when we share ideas, share talents, and support each other. The innovations I mentioned earlier are possible only because we found members with the skills and talents we needed, whether it be voiceover work, video editing, animation, graphics, and a whole bunch of other skill sets that we utilized and developed and engaged those members in helping us. We developed a program that has benefited not just our own lodge, but lodges across multiple states in our region. And over the next year, we are going to continue reaching out and utilizing our members to help build skills and knowledge that will benefit our entire association. This will start with developing online training courses that will be available free to members on OregonElks.org. Because when we work together, when we build each other up, we make the difficult doable, the impossible achievable, and in the end, the Elks are stronger together. For the next year, we're also going to be doing some fundraising for some different charitable causes. First will be to the Lodge Improvement Fund, to continue to build that fund to help lodges with various improvement projects, to help their members become more engaged and beautify their lodges. A portion will also be donated to a cause that has special meaning for my family. A year and a half ago, my family lost a niece to a fentanyl overdose. And this is why I have committed to working with our drug awareness chairman to helping rebuild and grow our drug awareness program. As such, we will be making a donation to Oregon's 3 new recovery high schools that serve students recovering from substance abuse and addiction. To do this fundraising, we will be doing the traditional auctions of various baskets at our visitations over the next year. One item I want to go ahead and have them put up on the screen. We have an 11th hour toast box. These are handmade by Nick Betancourt. They will have a custom engraved bottle of whiskey from Hideaway Distillery in Lebanon, Oregon, as well as 11 shot glasses. We have one set that is customized for each of our 5 districts. So we will be taking those around and they will be auctioned off during our district visitations. In addition, we will be doing a year-long raffle, which should be the next slide. Whoop, one too far. Back up one. There we go. This is an Elks jewelry set, which comes with a case, a vintage 10-karat gold and diamond ring, cufflinks, tie bar, and Elks tooth. Tickets are going to be $1 each or 6 for $5. We will draw that at next year's convention, but we will have tickets available starting this afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity, and that is the remarks I have. So, Emma, is that it? Okay. Hey, you're the one that wrote the script. So I guess all we have now is we have a reception starting at 2 o'clock at Seaside Lodge. As a reminder, you do need to have your credential with us to get into that. Other than that, Chris, you have any lost and found items that have been unclaimed?
President Blake, we do not. Yoo-hoo! Good job, people. We apparently do.
Oh, we do. Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. So we have the book of interior design that was left in the Kaiser Hospitality Room. So if any of you are looking for ideas for the Lodge Improvement Fund to spruce up the inside of your lodge, we have the interior design guide for you. Please feel free to look at that. And if no one is claiming that, I believe this session is now closed. Oh, wait, hold on. I got told to wait a minute. Speak fast.
Well, I did ask Steve to do this, but he forgot. Jan has told me everything's got to be out of this convention room by 5 o'clock. All your personal stuff, papers, all that stuff. Yeah, all the displays and everything's out of here by
Clean everything out of this room by 5 o'clock. Out of the building by 5 o'clock. Everything out of the building. That means you, that means your belongings, that means everything. We are now done. Dean, take us out of here.
What's this?
That is the Elks suit that Steve May gave me. It's got Salem 336.
Oh, nice.
And it's got some initials on the back.
Take that.
Thought I lost the damn thing.
And where'd this come from?
I don't know.
Well, it's my